Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Journey to the Farlands for another day of Farlandiversary here. Gonna boot up the world, which is now at 31,988 megabytes, 31 gigabytes, holy. Um, I think before the reset, around episode 200, it was around, I think, 50 gigabytes. So generally, I think the world's around 80 gigabytes. I don't really know what's going on here. This is certainly quite the weird bug. Oh, it sticks around too. I'm gonna take a little screenshot of it. But yeah, back to do another commentary, and I think the first proper commentary since I got back from my trip. I did the episodic extravaganza, but that was literally just me talking about my episodes. That was like the only topic for the whole episode. I think I'd got some other commentary in, and in my other commentary video I did a few days ago, or secret commentary in an old commentary video, I managed to get some more stuff in. So I might be a bit of a broken record if any of you guys will have seen the episode I did, I think 2 days ago, right about now. But yeah, I don't think today will be a super crazy episode in terms of progress. Last episode was pretty decent. I think it was about 3.5 hours or so. I think I'm aiming to be around there again, which is good. I'm aiming to at least kind of make it past 20k, maybe even 30. We'll see. But yeah, the episode before that, I don't remember the name now. I'm losing my train of thought already. It didn't take very long, did it? But yeah, it was the episode Fortune and Glory, kid. Yeah, that's a funny name. I'll have to save that for the next episodic extravaganza. But that, Indiana Jones. Anyway, but yeah, that was a good episode. It was like a 9-hour, which I don't think I've done that long of a stream in forever. It's been quite some time. It was actually about a year before that episode that I actually did the episode with, I think, the most progress. I think it was this year. This year I did the one with the most progress, but the year before I did one of my craziest episodes in terms of length anyway. I've done some crazy episodes, but that was not one of them. It was just crazy in length and progress. But yeah, it's been a good Farlandiversary so far this year. I've made it, I think, around 300k since the beginning of Farlandiversary. I mean, I think like over 200,000 since I got back from my trip, which is almost been about a week since I started doing episodes again. So that's pretty darn good. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think it will be exactly a week since I'll have come back to the world and everything. I think. Around a week, 8 days maybe. The progress has been good. I've been keeping up with my initial goal of the Farlandiversary, which I think in reality I probably just should have started it after I got back from my trip anyway, or my holidays, but I wanted to get some long episodes in. That was kind of my idea, starting before, and then I just did regular length. But I'm really in it now. I'm in the zone. I don't know what it is. Sometimes I really just feel like doing it, and I just do daily episodes, and I'm great. And then other times I'm just kind of out of it, and the episodes are much more sparse and shorter, like they have been for probably well over the last year, I'd say. It's kind of, I tried to be a bit more consistent in the summer of last year, but also I looked at like my stuff as I was digitizing the coordinates and stuff. At least the greatest of the two coordinates. I don't do both most days, but so I do have sometimes I record the Z coordinate as well. But yeah, I just looked back then. I was like, oh yeah, that was such a good summer. You know, I walked 1,000,000 blocks, but I realized that most of the episodes weren't actually that long. Like, I guess there was a few long ones, but it was kind of these like 11, 10-hour streams, like the crazy episodes that kind of carried the weight back then. So that's kind of what I'm gonna iron out at least over the next month, is getting the progress up before I can't really walk as much. And I've been kind of thinking about what I want to do. If I want to still do like episode, like how I want to still go into the series in the fall when I'm probably gonna be busy most weekdays. I think what I'll do is when I'm not working on the weekends, I might do a Journey episode or two. So maybe 1 or 2 episodes a week going into September. I'm figuring that's kind of my start, and then depending on where things go, I might end up doing more or less. But that's that. That's what's going on there. Nothing crazy. It's kind of the stuff I've been on about for months now. Probably almost a year. Maybe even longer. I don't even remember. The older episodes are kind of a blur. I'm kind of just living in the present like we do. But yeah. Lots of cool stuff though happening. Of course, Journey's got plenty of fun stuff happening. I figured I'd want to do a commentary where I can at least talk about some other stuff too. Like my brand new series, which I don't think I've touched upon on Journey yet. I've done a new series called Better Than Adventure. It's, of course, me playing the mod pack by the same name. And it's been a lot of fun. I've gotten about 3 episodes out since last week, although, albeit, like, usually my regular series is like a few hours of footage condensed into like a 30 to 50 minute episode. But this is kind of just actually like 30 minutes of playtime per episode. So it's a lot different actually for me to do. I'm not really used to doing 30-minute episodes and like, all this. Like, I mean, I'm used to doing 30, I guess, but it's just the kind of format where I play for 30 minutes. I might end up, if I feel like playing for a longer period of time, like to get a project ironed out, I might do a few episodes or even maybe edit. I'm not quite sure. I'm not gonna edit every episode though. I kind of want to keep it as raw as I can. I enjoy that. That's one thing I enjoy about Journey to the Farlands a lot. Is just the fact that I can't really edit the series. I can edit my breaks out, but that's about it. Because when I start editing stuff out, it kind of cuts out history, part of the archive. So I try not to do that so much anymore. I think in the past I might have done it once or twice with like earlier outposts I did. But largely, by and large, I'm gonna probably keep everything as it is. As is. But yeah, new series has been going good though. It's like the mod is kind of, if this version I'm playing on right now, beta 1.7.3, got kind of improved upon, like kind of got updated still, and that's been. And the mod pack's still getting updates, because I was actually going to do a rehash of my Mango Pack series, but I think I could do it. I kind of realized that I don't really know a whole lot about a lot of the mods in that mod pack. Whereas Better Than Adventure kind of has its own native stuff that it adds. So I can kind of just go learn as I go. Whereas for Mango Pack, that's also, I think that's in beta 1.7.3 as well. But that one's kind of got like industrial craft and a bunch of those mods that I need to figure out. So I think maybe I'll sit down and kind of figure it out. I don't know if I'll play Mango Pack specifically, because I know a lot of mod packs have those mods. Namely Feed the Beast, which is one I did actually play. But I also kind of realized that you kind of, I mean, I guess you could follow the guide, but I don't know. I feel like some of those mod packs require a bit of a learning curve where you kind of actually do need to maybe, like, I don't know about tutorials or whatnot, but you do need to definitely spend a lot of time tinkering, which is what I was doing in that series anyway, but I don't know. I like Better Than Adventure though. It's a very chill series. It's kind of what I wanted to do. I want to do like an old Minecraft series that's not Journey. And Silver Age, of course, is good, but that's with Devin, of course, and we kind of run off of each other's schedules, the episodes, so sometimes we can't do it, and it's not perfect, so it's nice to have something to myself, especially a modded thing too, where I can kind of explore the pack a bit. And if I get a little bit bored of it, you know, if I want to switch it up, I got plenty of options. I could do Mango Pack, I could do even something completely different, another mod pack, or even just another Minecraft related thing in general. But we'll see. See if I kind of make that my main thing. Or at least for beta, apart from Journey. Kind of my main like actual progression world. Like you know, Journey I'm progressing, but I'm progressing to the Farlands, and well, that's really cool. I actually really do want to have a world where I can build a bunch of stuff and just enjoy it. And you could argue that Newcraft could be the solution. And I definitely think it could, but I think Journey takes away a lot of the time that I would be putting into Newcraft. So I think Newcraft kind of, it's either one or the other, honestly. Just the way I handle things, although I have been playing a bit of Newcraft here and there. Not enough for an episode. I haven't really been playing multi-hour long periods. But I've been having a little bit of fun. I gotta still do a bunch of building and maybe farms. I know I might actually start building farms on that world, which is something I was against, but in the sake of getting resources and things to build, I think it's only right. Oh, Skelly. But yeah, I'm going against the point. Better Than Adventure is a lot of fun though, and it is probably my best performing series, like as a start to date. Well, of course there was old school Minecraft. I mean, I'm omitting Journey because Journey's got like almost 500 videos on it. So of course it's bound to have some episodes that have good viewership, but at least Better Than Adventure had like a really strong start for the channel. And it's experimental. I've done stuff like it before, but I haven't quite, I guess, done what I did with Better Than Adventure with anything else before. Just kind of casually going into it and playing around, doing what I want to do. So I'm going to keep doing that alongside Journey and Silver Age. And Newcraft, we'll see what happens. I'll come back to it because it'll be around. You know, I'm not getting rid of it. It's not like the old servers where it closes down when it gets inactive. I'm kind of just embracing the inactivity a bit, and when I feel like coming back and dedicating myself to it, then I will. But until then, I'm just going to occupy myself with other things. Because I just know that I'm going to want to probably do a bit more Newcraft to keep my connections with, you know, the people on the server when I'm in school and stuff, and I'm kind of wanting to escape from that. And a Journey would be good for that too, but I think it'd be about time to give Newcraft a chance, because it'll be definitely like a lot of Journey by then, especially by the end of next month. There's gonna be tons of these episodes. I mean, like one a day, and like a 3 hour minimum, 2-3 hours. So that's pretty good. But anywho, I don't know why I keep going into rambling subjects. But yeah, no, that's been Better Than Adventure. I think it's got a combined total for the first 2 episodes of like 1,300 views or something, because the episode one's like 900 and something, and then episode 2 is like 400 something, which is unheard of from any of my series, as they never do that good. Like I said, Old School got like, I think over 2,000 views, but no other episode really rivaled that, I guess apart from episode 3. But I think it's good to kind of keep the consistency even if people don't watch every episode, because then you kind of start to develop an audience slowly. At least that's how I see it. Since I'm not really in it to be super popular viewership wise and stuff, I kind of get really surprised and excited when it does happen. Because it's not like I'm trying not to get views. I'm just doing it the way I want to do it, and people kind of just throw their suggestions in. And I shift things around a little bit, like my mic, which I think should sound different. I'm assuming it sounds different to how it sounded, you know, for the many hundred episodes before this. And I did do a bunch of tweaking. I think it probably could still use a little bit of tweaking. I'll be honest, I'm not very good with the audio stuff, like the mic stuff. So this is probably where I'll leave it for now, but I think it does sound fairly different to my I did some tests and it seems to sound different. And a lot of people pointed out in Better Than Adventure that my mic kind of has this old-timey feel to it. It's kind of nostalgic, kind of almost like I'm talking like basically it sounds like I'm from the era that these versions are from, and kind of it was a bit nostalgic for people, which is interesting. I never really thought about that, but tons of people were bringing it up in the pilot, and I was just like, yeah, that actually makes quite a lot of sense. And I didn't even really intend for it. You know, I got a good headset. Like, it's not an old headset by any means. I think it's just the fact that most people are probably accustomed to a professional streaming mic or a recording mic, but I don't have either of those. I just am using a mic on a headset. So I think it's just that makes my mic sound a little bit different. And maybe even further optimizations would fix it and make it sound like just like, you know, like indistinguishable from pretty much the common YouTuber, but a lot of people seem to like it, so I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it in this state. I know people liked it in the state it was actually before, but I changed it kind of before all those comments came flooding in. And I mean flooding in, like that episode got almost 20 comments, which I don't think I've ever gotten that many on an episode. Even on like old school Minecraft or Journey. I feel like that's probably the most I've gotten on a single episode, like the most engagement. And I also made my first community post. I think I did a community post quite a while ago, and then nothing really happened with it, so I just deleted it. But I made a new one for Better Than Adventure. I made a poll to see what people wanted for the series, like for the episode length. And everyone just wanted 30-minute episodes, which I kind of had gotten the sense that people like 30 minutes. It's a good point to do episodes. You know, you know, the retention, audience, viewer retention. I know Journey's definitely not that in the retention like thing. I'm kind of just doing it for the progress and those who kind of do tune in. Yeah, I don't really think you can, I guess, break it up, like watch sessions, but I don't know. I don't really expect anyone to watch the entire thing. It's more or less just archiving the world, and I'm sure there'll be some crazy people who actually do that, and I commend them. But honestly, like for like the vast majority, I'm assuming just kind of watch the odd episode, and some people I'm sure just kind of tune in every once in a while, which is honestly what I would do. That's what I would do, more or less. Ooh, a spawner. Cave sounds and spawners. What a beautiful combination. What do we got here? Cocoa bean. What do we have here? Got some bread. Saves me. It doesn't really change much of anything. The extra food though, I don't know. But spawner. I don't take screenshots of them anymore. I did for a long time, but ever since I lost the world, I've kind of just lost that need to take screenshots of spawners, because even if I did keep track, I feel like it's inaccurate, especially because I didn't actually like number them. If I wanted to actually log them and their loot and stuff, I think that would have been cool. The only thing I really not quite regrets, but it's just kind of like, oh, that would have been cool to do, is like logging more stuff. Like I think the X and Z coordinate would have been cool to log the whole time. I only did the one, like the greater, and I think a lot of the old habits die hard in that sense, with like a lot of the original day one things that I did, like the first few days of the world, they just kind of stuck, and I never really questioned them. You know, it's kind of flawless, but there is like optional things that would have been cool. But you know, I'm not really gonna worry about that. I'm over halfway there already. It doesn't really bother me. It's just something that's like almost like a shower thought kind of thing, where it's like, oh yeah, that would be pretty cool. But nah, not gonna really do anything with it. One thing I've also noticed is I've been getting pretty good with the boats finally. I still find myself jumping out of the boat a little bit, but I think I'm getting a lot better at accelerating using the kill crazy man method. That's the first chap who made it to the Farlands, which is pretty neat. I picked it up through an Venom video, of course, when I was getting into the Farlands and things, like all in like the span of a few days. Like I kind of didn't, I knew about the Farlands and I didn't know about them. Like it was kind of that kind of thing where I didn't really know what they were. I was like, oh yeah, I've seen pictures of them, I've seen references to them, but long ahead I never really thought that you could, or I mean you could walk them. I guess it was always possible, but I don't think in my mind I didn't really see that being like a thing that people did, but it was. Farlands are bust, and Tinfoil Chef series went on for years, and you know it's pretty cool what people can do if they just walk. You just walk. All right. I'll place down, I think, a boat here. Oh, a bunch of sticks. There we go. I should be able to make an extra boat to keep me going. One thing I've been getting into lately that I've been watching during the Journey episodes is a lot of like kind of like the ARGs and the creepypastas for Minecraft. I've really been getting into them. I kind of have historically a little bit watched them, but recently I've just been really getting into them. It's kind of just been like a kick while I'm doing Journey and just have a lot of time on my hands. It's something I've gotten back into. I've been really kind of having an old Minecraft renaissance, and I know that sounds a bit weird because I've been playing beta for 2 years. I've been playing this one version for so many, like 2 years now, and I play Minecraft 1.0, but I mean like alpha, and I mean like that old stuff. So like something's really pushing me to get into them, but I don't know. I definitely won't do like a series thing on that because I've tried before, and I don't feel like doing it again. But I might do something on my own time. But I've been really getting into the alpha and the like that kind of stuff. Like a lot of Minecraft ARGs are actually really neat. I mean, they kind of start to lose me once they become a sci-fi save the world plots, but when they're kind of just creepy things happening in a Minecraft world, that's kind of like, oh, you know, that's like stuff that could actually happen in like my world. That could not, well, not really, but like, you know, it's like, it's a little bit like that. It's kind of that old allure of old Minecraft, where a lot of kind of the stuff you see was plausible to happen. You know, you could assume that that kind of thing could happen. I talked about it early on in the Journey series. I think it was probably quite a while ago. But I was discussing kind of like Herobrine and stuff, and how like believable it was for a time when Minecraft was still being developed. And I remember seeing a quote about Notch actually kind of wishing he had added something like Herobrine to the game sooner. So it was clearly like it was not impossible for that kind of thing to exist in that time. But man, yeah, it's cool though seeing like the ARGs and stuff. I know a lot of them they're a little bit like out there. A lot of them, like you see like a weird entity or thing, but that's kind of how it's always been. It's always kind of relative to that whole like seeing something in the woods or, you know, off in the distance. That's always what the story's been. There's just been like variations on that, or like a weird build you find. I know a lot of those issues can be actually like the legitimate issues can be attributed to like chunk, like repeating kind of thing, like corruption when saving the world, and it like uses old chunks or whatever. I know that's an actual thing that happens in old Minecraft. I don't even know if it happens in modern Minecraft, but I know I've seen examples of it in like beta and alpha and such. I know specifically in the case of like a journey to the Farlands, to like the kind of like that kind of scale, like to the Farlands and beyond. I know. I think every 2 to the power of 19 away from spawn, there is like repeat spawn chunks. I don't know a whole lot about like the technical stuff, like the Farthererlands and beyond the basically the edge Farlands, or even like how the Farlands work properly. I kind of watched some videos and it was just like a lot of math. And I'm a math person, but that's the kind of like that's like the computer science math and the crazy stuff. But it's definitely pretty interesting to look into. But yeah, like the old creepypastas are cool. Because I remember, many years ago, decade plus ago, being kind of in the Minecraft sphere. Not really the community. I wasn't really active in YouTube back then. But I remember kind of believing that kind of stuff. I probably from friends and stuff telling me about it. I think, yeah, I remember the distinct one being Herobrine, but I don't remember too many others. I think it was only years later that others actually got implemented, or not implemented, but like talked about. That, they're all kind of believably fake, and some of them are pretty darn fake. Like Herobrine was kind of a fabrication. The original kind of story that kind of preceded Herobrine, that kind of came before the whole Herobrine thing, was the white eyes, which was, I think, some kind of glitch in like very, very old Minecraft versions where you could see like 2 pixels, kind of like some kind of loading thing with the blocks, where like when you're in a dark cave, you'd see like the void kind of seeping through. And it'd be like white pixels, so people often thought there was like something in the game back then that had white eyes. I'm kind of, I'm trying to vaguely explain it. There's videos that can do it much better. That's like kind of the true story. And then it kind of, I wouldn't say evolved, because Herobrine and White Eyes are technically 2 very different things. Because Herobrine kind of emerged after that with the screenshot and the creepypasta and the Copeland livestream, which I feel is worth talking about because it actually just got found. It was lost for many, many years, and someone actually didn't even know it was lost at all. And they had a copy of the stream. So the 2 kind of original Herobrine streams from like 2010 or whatever actually emerged, or 2011, I don't remember which year they were from, but they were pretty darn early on in Minecraft. Around this time, of course. Around the time of beta. Probably a little bit before, I'd say, but yeah, it was pretty cool. And it was kind of cool to see like the original stuff, because I know the running, like there's a video about the live stream going around for years. That was just a recreation, a pretty darn good recreation. Now that I've seen the original, it's a very well made out recreation. But yeah, it's cool kind of seeing where that all kind of stemmed from. That was kind of where it really originated. Was a retextured painting with Steve with the white eyes. And it's been kind of a topic of discussion that I've returned to a lot in Journey. Especially, I got an entire base with like a Herobrine summoner in it. So I'm definitely kind of an old, creepy, kind of the unknown of old Minecraft. Because it's hard to do that with modern Minecraft, because modern Minecraft has been dissected to high hell. And everyone kind of knows everything, or at least everyone in like who I've seen, at least, like YouTube and it's not everything like is known about Minecraft. There's no secret. Like everyone's done the code digging. I'm sure people did code digging back then, but like now I think it's almost like commonplace, like common knowledge, a lot of the stuff with Minecraft now. So it's there's not much allure there. The world isn't as isolating as it once was, as it is in like beta and stuff. It's definitely one of the big things that draws me into beta, is the allure of the isolation. And just kind of, I didn't really, sometimes I kind of think about it, but I don't really fully process it. Last night when I was watching those videos of people just wandering around their Minecraft worlds and seeing things, it's just like, wow, I do that in Journey all the time, walking around. And that just kind of, I just kind of like got chills and stuff from all this stuff. It was really a lot. Some of them were really well done. I remember one of the ARGs I saw. I mean, now that I look back on it, now that I know that it was an ARG, like with that lens, like the hindsight made it was like, oh yeah, it's super obvious. But when I kind of came back, or when I initially watched it, it was a lot more believable. Like that's how you know someone's made a good alternate reality game, is that they've kind of made a believable world and a believable scenario. It's very interesting how deliberate the ARGs are. A lot of them, at least the ones that I've seen, take place in old Minecraft because, like I said, there's that draw to the old versions due to that isolation. And you're so slow. You kind of have to take everything in a little bit slower. And the enemies are more buggy and kind of not fully polished and stuff. It feels like a very I seen in the what's the YouTuber's name? Let me quickly bring up the YouTuber I'm thinking about. I just watched them last night. I think it was Dialco. I watched their video on creepiness in Minecraft, and they brought up the whole thing of like beta Minecraft. It's escaping me now. Why does it escape me? I'll get my train of thought back on that in a minute, I'm sure. But I guess I could just continue where I was before and then kind of get that back when I can remember it. The whole Dialco thing from that video. But, you're kind of... you don't feel like you're thrown into an already developed world. Okay, yeah, I remember it now. I can bring it in. But you don't feel like you're in an already developed world. Like, it's pre-generated, infinite, quote-unquote. Journey's kind of going to disprove the infinite world thing. But it's a little bit different with modern Minecraft because you got structures, you got a whole bunch more mobs and NPCs and villages and stuff telling about the past, and beta is just the spawners and the mobs. And Dialco, I don't know if that's how you say his name, Dialco, however you say the name of the YouTuber, but he basically says in his video that why is it escaping me right when I get to it? But basically the game is kind of an unfinished state. And you can kind of feel that. Like it feels like you're kind of playing an abandoned game. Well, not abandoned, of course, because Minecraft never got abandoned, but I guess the original beta kind of they moved on from it and they improved upon it and made the adventure update and everything beyond that. But it definitely feels like you're kind of frozen in time. Of course, that's kind of how it works playing old versions, because they never get updates because the updates have already come out and you're just playing kind of a freeze frame. Kind of a frozen in time version, which is really cool. I'm glad that Mojang did that, and they have been pretty good with that. I know there's a lot of missing versions that, like I think the Omni Archive and there's a bunch of archives that have been gathering old versions that Mojang didn't really publicize in the launcher, because they definitely, I think they have missed quite a few versions, maybe some purposefully. A lot of like in between versions that I think a lot of people are just like, oh, that's just really cool. But yeah, a lot of cool versions, but it is very neat that you can go back. There's a lot of games where you can't do that, and it's a real treasure because it's allowed the Golden Age and the Silver Age communities to kind of emerge later on. Kind of have their renaissances as they did recently. which is very neat. And of course, I'm a person. I would have been able to have seen what beta was like and what release was like in survival mode, because when I started playing, it was like I think 1.6 or something. I started playing in 2013, whatever version was out at the time. Then I don't know if it was 1.6. I keep remembering it as 1.6, but it might have been like it was one of the updates. I don't remember exactly because it was I'm very like hazy on it. But I kind of came into Minecraft during release, so I never really got to experience beta. I did play like console edition in 2012, which was like beta, so that was really my closest thing. And additionally, I guess Pocket Edition, which early Pocket Edition kind of is resemblant of old Minecraft versions, like even like almost classic with the creative inventory, but just the limited palette you have to work with, even more limited than like release. But yeah, that was really my exposure to old Minecraft, and so I don't really. It's kind of hard to say if I feel nostalgic about Journey to the Farlands because it's kind of a novel thing that I kind of was playing beta for the first time. So I do have some nostalgia for like the beginning of the world. Like there's just kind of a feeling. I can't really explain it, but I do kind of get like a feeling when I think about the beginning of this world and kind of the first impressions, and just kind of realizing or kind of having things dawn on me how much there was to do. Well, I guess it never really dawned on me until quite a while later. But it kind of did feel grand. Like when I started, it just felt like I was embarking on something crazy and epic and whatnot. I see you've made it, Cherri. I've just been rambling on for 40 minutes about old Minecraft horror and whatnot. Some series and all that jazz. Glad to see it. Glad to see it. Keep going. Oh, nice. Nice, you got a kitten. That's cool. Very neat. And the name's Bruce Wayne. Oh, that's oh, that's pretty good. It's a good name. I like Bruce Wayne. He's a menace. I never had like a cat or a kitten, but I assume they're kind of they're kind of a menace to society. Sometimes can be adorable as all being, but sometimes they can certainly, I'm sure, be pretty ferocious and menacing. Okay, I'll keep my Discord open for it and see the picture. That's nice. That's nice. He wishes he was ferocious. Yeah. I guess I'll embark here. There's like knockoff Italy below me right now. That island looks like a knockoff Italy, like a very round boot, or like a foot. the very big kind of like protrusion out the back. I don't think. Oh, my boat's gonna break. Yeah. Yeah. Oh well. He has to wear a cone since he got neutered and he just loves it. Oh yeah. I remember when my dog had surgery and she just was crazy with that, with like the stitching and stuff. Like you know what, like you have to with like the cone and stuff because of the stitching. Don't really want to get them poking around that with all that from surgery and stuff. And no, there was like one time my dog had to wear a cone, and she was pretty young when she did. I feel like it's like clockwork that I begin to yawn like around, like it's like I think like 7:30. I think it's around that time that I start to yawn and get tired. I don't know why. Strangeness. Oh, I missed like the entire coordinates being 6. I forgot I wanted to do that. That was like 100 blocks ago. That's fine. That's fine. I remember thinking of setting like goals like 1s across the board and 2s across the board and 3s and that kind of thing, but I haven't really done that. I guess you can catch it now that I got the mini map, but I'm not. There's so many like little micro goals you could make. I don't even know what my next main goal is. I guess 7.5 million would be one of them. Maybe the percent, like 60% might be sooner. I gotta scroll quite a ways. The goals, yes. This is like all of the goals in here. I didn't even add Ophanim in here yet. 60%. 7,530,000. 493. Yeah, that'll be a good ways away. I'm assuming by the end of the summer, though. That's my goal. That's like 1 million blocks from now, but I feel like I'm going to be able to do 1 million blocks by the end of the summer. Let's be real. With the rate I've been going. But the nearest, I guess, is 7 million, which isn't too far off now. It's only like less than 400k away, which is just about what I've done up to this point since I started streaming after my holidays. And the goals don't get much easier. Well, initially when I set the goals, it was kind of like millions of blocks apart. Like it was like 5 million, 7.5 million, 10 million. But my goals are a little bit closer together now that I've thrown in like the percent goals and the millions. I would do it for every 5, but I think I'm about 52 point something percent. 52.89, about 53. So 60% is coming up very soon. I wonder if I'll be able to make it 3/4 of the way by the end of the year. I feel like that's a bit ambitious. 8 million is quite a ways away. I don't know if I'll be able to do it with school and everything factored in. But one can dream. Especially if I manage to make it like 1 million blocks by the end of the summer or more, then could be within reach before Winter Wonderland. 8 million speedrun. Yep, 8 million speedrun. What was 75% exactly? Cause I know 50% was kind of like it's kind of weird. It's like 6.275 million. Yeah, 75. Do I even have 75? I have 70. It might even be more closer to 9 million. That's too bad. I probably won't make that this year then. Maybe if I'm lucky, but I don't think I will. Times 0.75. Yeah, it's 9.4 million. Oh, that's a lot further than I thought it was. Oh, maybe it's 2/3. I'm thinking 2/3 is closer. I could probably make it 2/3, 66%. 0.6. Yeah, 7. Wait, that's 60. I need to make it to 66. 8.2 million. Yeah, 8.2 million is more manageable. It's like another million on top of that to get to 75%. Like I reached 25% a year ago, almost. 25% was during Farlandiversary last year, and then 50% was kind of at the beginning of the year, kind of right when I started getting free time. Or not right around. Was it really? No, I don't know if it was that long ago actually. It was only like a few months ago now. The journey got really slow for a while. I know that for sure. No, 50% wasn't the beginning of the year. I don't know what I'm on about. 50% was because I just did Ophinum. Ophinum was like just before Farlandiversary. I don't know. Don't listen to me. Rookie numbers, you could totally do it. Well, you say that, but I feel like you've said that before. You said that like in. I remember I was talking in Farlandiversary last year, and I was like, oh, 50% is. No, actually, no, I just reached 25%. I was trying to think of which goal, maybe 1/3. I was like trying to think of like how many blocks I'd need to go and whatnot. And you're like, oh yeah, rookie numbers. You did the exact same thing. I definitely said that before. Yeah, you did. I remember that. I don't remember much from those days, but I remember that. I'm being optimistic here. Yeah, well, I'm trying to be realistic while trying to be a little bit optimistic. I got a little bit too excited when I was doing the million a month. A million a month was impossible, actually. I mean, it was entirely possible, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I definitely could not have done that. I don't remember much from those days either. Yeah, it's kind of the weird thing about going back to episodes back then, because I kind of just hear myself talking. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like something I would say, but I don't really remember it. Some things I do remember, even if I didn't remember it. It's like, oh yeah, like hidden memories almost, I guess, but yeah. And that was quite some time ago. Farlandiversary 1, a lot was different. I'd only done like 3 outposts. Farlandiversary ended with the 4th. And to be honest, I've only done 2 since then, but it's been arguably a longer period well, about the same actually, about the same period of time. I guess a little bit less, but I've been doing pretty good outpost-wise. I'm sure if I hadn't done so many mining outposts when I lost my crap, I would be a little bit, wouldn't be saying the same thing, but like I remember going back and watching Farlandiversary episode like the day 1 of last year, and I was like, holy, so much changed. Back when this was called Farland Venture briefly. I changed gears pretty soon. Because Farland Venture doesn't really make sense. Because it's always adventure. It's never not. But yeah, I guess I'm closest to 60%. Or 7 million. 7 million's closer than 60%. Considering I was only at, like, just at the tail end of Outpost 4, I was at 6.2. And that was June, I think. Yeah, so yeah, it was I've gone like 400k since Outpost 5, which isn't too bad. I think that period was kind of weird because I went on like I did a bunch of things and I took a bunch of days off too, so it was kind of all over the place. Just like the June of last year. Although I think this June was actually a bit better. Not by much, but a little bit. I'm hopefully anticipating this year's kind of summer Farland stuff being much more prosperous than last year, so hopefully you'll witness a lot more coolness. I mean, I already passed 50%, which is pretty cool, but I think it'll be even cooler reaching like the further and further milestones than it was kind of in the beginning. Like in the beginning there was novelty, and then kind of towards the midpoint it was kind of like, oh yeah, here we go again. I'm finally getting around to some really cool stuff as the countdown will kind of start to begin. Well, I won't really say that because I'm still quite a ways off of even that. But you know, progress is progress. Look at that formation I'm gonna have to climb. I'm not going around it, although it probably wouldn't hurt to resync the coordinates a little bit. The countdown begins, except we're like 2 years out still. Yeah, exactly. You get the point. At least 2 years. I know. I've done this. I did the first half. I know how much I have to go. 2% into the original journey was not very far. It was only like a few 100k. This is definitely not my first go around here. Kind of like Groundhog Day a little bit. Ulfinum kind of mirrored Spawn a little bit, which I guess was Spawn was kind of the only thing that wasn't truly shown in the journey, because it was kind of in that weird period where I didn't do anything with the series. It was a world before it was a series kind of thing. But I do, I guess, have like a re-recording that I did, a restream of Spawn. Which I think I did technically stream the first day of Journey. I said that before. I did actually stream it, but it was to like a Discord server, and I don't think anyone was there. Devin kind of came in. I was already a few thousand blocks out by that point. Right, I think around 1,000 blocks out when Devin tuned in. Because Devin was doing something when I left Spawn. And I didn't really place much emphasis on it at the time because I didn't really think it was going to go anywhere. I mean, I just went into it like I would go into any other Minecraft world, but still. Definitely don't think I realized quite what I was getting into. I was like, oh yeah, 12.5 million blocks, yeah. No, like 12.5 million blocks. Like just... Oh, there's a difference between just seeing, like, the fact that someone made it 12.5 million blocks and actually doing it yourself. And one thing I realized is that this is just like a sliver of an actual Minecraft world. Because, you know, sure, that 12.5 million blocks, or 12,550,821 or so, give or take a few blocks, depending on some things that can happen. That's just a little bit of the Minecraft world. Of course, you can't really go beyond, I think, 30, 32 million or something. Even in beta, there's actual, like you actually just fall through the world after that point. Blocks still generate, but you just can't Can't walk beyond that. Around, I think around 30 million. I used to say 17 or 16 million, but I think I was misinformed. That was something else I was thinking about that had something to do with that. But yeah, you can go out to that point, but it just keeps going. And realistically, the world generates out, I don't even remember how far, billions, maybe even more than that. You kind of go into the farther lands and the fartherer lands. I think the farther lands is kind of the furthest out they go, and then it kind of just breaks down graphically so much by that point if you're not using any mods or anything. And your game, I think your game just eventually can't load terrain. Oh, there is pretty far places you can go to though. I've seen like billions of blocks out, and there's also this whole thing of release Minecraft and how there's a world border, or not a world border, but in kind of, I guess, early Minecraft before the world border, there was the Farthererlands. I'd need like a mod or something to make it so I actually could walk, but that's like I swear the Fartherlands are 2.1 billion blocks out. So honestly, nope, I'm out for lunch at that point. I'm staying. I'm at the Farlands, or I'm walking off the world. Like that's all I can really do. But like, oh, it's pretty crazy because in release, before there was a world border, there was just kind of a wall that you couldn't go past, kind of just like an air block wall kind of thing. But you couldn't break through it or anything. It was like a solid thing. And someone managed to make it so that it gets rid of that, and you can actually go out. I think the Farlands in 1.0, I don't remember if they actually just changed the world generation, so that's I think 64-bit or whatever. Like the world gen, not like the seeds, because I know the seeds are 64-bit, but the world gen actually becomes like long or whatever. The thing where you can actually go out super far. And the Farlands, I think, are like I don't even remember how far. They're crazy far out, like trillions or something. I don't remember the numbers. But the Farlands in that version are like way far out. They still exist, but you can't get to them normally. Because there's always some kind of terrain breakage that goes on at some point. Although I think modern Minecraft has like a hard cap unless you mod it. Well, that could be said for most versions. It's definitely interesting, the concept of the Farlands, because, you know, Notch made these versions intending for them to be infinite, and the Farlands were kind of discovered as like a thing that was like, oh yeah, the terrain generation code does not go infinitely. I mean, it does, but with a consequence. Yeah, Journey to the Farthererlands sounds funny. Be like the heat death of the universe by the time I make it to the Farthererlands. Like, you think this is far. In a long world, you can go out like quintillions, and I don't even think it's wild. And you kind of just teleport because you couldn't feasibly walk that distance. Because walking to the Farlands alone, like the regular ones, not even the further out ones, takes, you know, I don't even remember. I think it was like not 800 hours of. Because I guess if you did like a complete like flat world with no obstruction and no like strange oddities and things, then I think it would take about like 40 days or something. 40 days of walking. Because I was kind of like, in my head, I was kind of joking about doing, because there's a mode of transportation in Minecraft called the piston bolt, which is like just basically a minecart railway that's you kind of get pushed by pistons, and you can go, I think, up to 30 blocks a second. But even that, like if I managed to make like a piston bolt going back to spawn or something, or if you built a piston bolt to the Farlands, which is insane, it's like millions of blocks, because even in the Nether, which you'd probably want to do it in, it's still like 1.5 million blocks just in a straight line, let alone diagonal or anything like that, which piston bolts are diagonal. That's the only thing about them. At least the ones I've seen. But yeah, you can go like 30 blocks per second. up to that. But even at that rate in the nether, if you built a piston bolt, it would take, I think, 13, 14 hours just riding the piston bolt. Which definitely beats the 40 days. But the amount of resources that would have to go into it, it's kind of like a theoretical thing. I was kind of like, oh, that'd be funny to do, but I don't even know how long it would take to gather the resources for that, because there's no farms or anything in beta. You can't build an iron farm or anything. Can't really build a tree farm either. I mean, you could build like a traditional one but you always have to chop down the wood. So yeah, it's pretty wild. So I do think there is some kind of glitch to get to the Farlands quick, where you can go to the top of the nether roof, and then there's some kind of nether glitch you can do. I don't remember how it works though. Although at that point, you know, it's not really a legitimate journey. You're not really going through all the blocks in the overworld, or even in the nether. But yeah, I do think that the nether Farlands do exist as well, and someone actually has gone to them as well. So in beta there is the nether Farlands, but I don't really know how portals in that point work. Like like if you use the portal to get back, like where would you go in the overworld? You'd kind of just, I don't even know. I don't know how that would work, if that would work. But yeah, that is a thing. And with mods, there is such thing as the end Farlands as well. But that's technically a thing in beta already, because there is the secret sky dimension. It's not actually, I think, coded in the game or anything, but there was kind of that being worked on. And the end actually does mirror the sky dimensions terrain enough that the Farlands for both of them are actually identical. Because the end actually does mirror the Sky Islands dimension pretty well. Before it became the end. Alright. Pretty cool stuff though. Keep it on. Well, should do a quick head count in my inventory, see how I'm doing on everything. It seems like I'm doing pretty good. I was looking at the diamonds, which had gone down a bit, but I also have been taking quite a fair bit of damage. Hence why I've had to go through like an entire diamond set of armor already, almost. My helmet's like the last piece. Or the first, I don't remember which one went first, but... oh well. And the other thing I forget about with Journey is the jitters. I kind of forget that they exist. That I've just kind of patched them out. But you know what? I'm glad that they're not around, because they make it a little bit more difficult to get stuff done, just because of how visually different it makes the game. It's been a long time since I last had them. I'm glad that I found that mod. That was like a pretty early on thing that I fixed. So clearly it was kind of bugging me. Hop out of the boat. Just in case there's the attack of the killer boats going on. A little bit. they can kill me sometimes. I don't know why. I feel like it was ever since I got that boat mod added and then I removed it. It must have left some kind of remnants in my game or something because the boats have been kind of jittery and they kill me sometimes. So I think they've evolved a little bit. I don't think regular beta boats are that jittery. Unless they are. I don't remember them being though when I used them. Before that weird boat mod I got. That broke my game. I don't know for sure if it did, but I have a feeling. A little feeling. Because that weird boat death glitch has not happened in any other beta world and not historically in Journey for the past year and a half, almost 2 years. Oh. Climb up the hill. Hop over the weird pre-carved pumpkins. I never realized how strange that was that the pumpkins in the game are already pre-carved. Until Mojang changed it and added the pumpkins as like their, the naturally generating pumpkins as their own thing. And then you could carve them with shears. But nope, they're just pre-carved. You can still wear the pumpkin on your head, but it doesn't really do anything in beta. Apart from look so fashionable and give you obstruction of vision. There's no Enderman yet. No Farlanders. Maybe I'll cut through that little part here. If I can. There we go. I kind of have to go back a little bit. I usually try to refrain from going too far in the negative backwards, but for the sake of the boat ride, it'll work. You gotta rotate. All right, perfect. I did a pretty good episode. One of the ones I was talking about was Fortune and Glory, which is one I just did. I was trying to beat my record on Journey to the Farlands for the most blocks in an episode. I think the most blocks I've done in an episode was probably about 70,750. I think was the highest I've gone. There was one episode where I've gone above 70k. All of them are kind of below in like the 60s. And the one I did the other day, I was like, should I continue? It was like 3 a.m. Like I wasn't intending on making it that far that day. And I was like, I want to really beat that record of 70.7k. But I just was like, nope. I got way tired way quick. The late night delirium started to hit, and I was doing a commentary towards the end, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna wrap it up. And in the episode, I was like, oh yeah, I only made like 55k or whatever, or 60. Like I just hit 50k, and meanwhile, I'd hit 60k, and I actually went 66,000. So I was like 4,000 blocks off. So maybe another time soon, I'll have to try and beat that record. Actually, start earlier in the day. Although even just to get like 60,000, it's like an 8-9 hour stream. It's crazy. Like kind of no matter what I do, it's kind of always going to be around that length because you can only walk so much. So like a certain amount of time in Minecraft. You have a set pace. There's no sprinting. Sprinting is against the rules, non-existent. Not even a rule for it to be against. Oh yeah, that floating grass block over there reminded me of a lot of weird floating phenomena I've been seeing recently in this world. during the episodic extravaganza, I kind of talked about the episode where I found I think the floating water, the cursed water episode. And in that episode, I found a floating cactus. Like, it was just floating. Just, you know, no doubt, no anything below it. It was just a water pool. I think that's all that really causes it, is if there's like a water pool below it. Sometimes the top of the cactus or whatever can generate still. But yeah, that was very strange. And I've also found floating trees naturally with like the bottoms of them missing because of the same pond glitch. Not here, O'Brien, by the way, which is some relevant discussion from before. And I think my most recent one was just I think just in that Fortune and Glory episode where I found a floating bit of sugarcane, which I don't think I had found before either. I found phantom snow as well. That's been an ongoing thing for a while, though. It's usually over a water pool as well. These water pools are causing mass chaos in Minecraft. I've seen all sorts of crazy things. All sorts of weird stuff like chunk glitches and phantom lava, which was due to Optifine, but yeah, I didn't really end up using Optifine for a very long period of time. Just playing the good old vanilla with just like 1 or 2 mods thrown in. I think it's pretty much Jitterfix, Ray's minimap, the better F3 menu, which shows the day count and stuff, and the biome, which I'm apparently in a savanna right now. I think this looks like a savanna, doesn't it, Cherri? Yeah. And it shows my current chunk as well. I'm 400,000 chunks away from spawn. It's pretty wild. Now I'm in the tundra. Light level 15. I didn't know it showed light level 2. That's pretty cool. The classic F3 menu that I don't really use all that often anymore. I used to use it to check chords, but I don't really need it because I got the minimap now. I've had that for a good deal of time now. It's no mystery where I am on this world, how far I have left to go. I feel like if I were to actually not have any coordinates showing at any point, it would be a little bit annoying. I feel like, you know, some people like say it for charity events and stuff. I know, like Tinfoil Chef and Kurt and whatnot. But I like being able to see the coordinates and stuff. It's just how I've always done it. Not just for archiving, well, that, and also, yeah, because that is like a bit of proof in the description, so you can actually line up each episode. But also just to know where you are. Like, I feel like if I never knew where I was at any point and I didn't know when I was going to get there, kind of like you don't know how much time has passed when you're in isolation kind of thing. That whole thing of being in isolation, not really being aware of the passage of time, or being as, you know, not as much stuff is happening, like you don't have a clock, you know, that kind of thing. It's like that. Like if I didn't really have any way of telling where I was relative to spawn, it'd be kind of strange. And I guess that's kind of the true adventure of Journey, but nah, that's not for me. I remember I wouldn't check. There was like some long episodes I did where I wouldn't check the coordinates for a few hours, and then I'd try and guess where I was. It's definitely interesting, but I kind of got a good metric now, so it doesn't really work anymore. I can keep relative tabs on myself. So it's not like as cool, but oh well. That's kind of a thing of long gone times anyway. I haven't really done that in a long time. I don't think I really will again. Some things are just things that I messed around with in the beginning. and they'll stay that way. I've rambled my way well past an hour today. That's pretty good. Makes me wonder how it would be like sometimes 30 minutes feels like the perfect amount of time for Journey, but sometimes like an hour feels even better. Most of the time actually. But depends on how long I can keep things going. How much steam I have going into an episode. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Oh, 4 block tall sugarcane, look at that. It's not entirely uncommon. I think you could probably find 5 block tall sugarcane too. But yeah, see, I think there's another one there. I think it's more so 5 block tall sugarcane then. I should see if I could find like a tall cactus in this world. That'd be cool. I think I built my own artificial tall cactus up to like build height or whatever in I think Chaos Theory, but I want to find a naturally generating one. Maybe there's a challenge for the world here. Give me your greatest cacti. Perhaps. That would be a kind of a neat idea. Tallest sugarcane and tallest cacti. Or cactus. I guess the tallest cacti in the world would be like the group of the tallest because it's plural. But yeah. Oh, and another thing from that video that I was talking about with the Minecraft version kind of feeling like playing an old kind of left behind Bert like thing is the thing he talked about with like the weird slits in the ground you see sometimes, like a 3 block, like a 1x3, or kind of leading into a 2x2 or that kind of thing. I've actually found one of those in Journey. I talked about it in the episodic extravaganza. It was the episode Hidey Hole from Hell, and it was like a 1x2 leading into a cave, and it really reminded me of like a hidey hole that like someone had dug out and slept in, and someone kind of commented on the video that Dialco uploaded, and they're like, that whole slit in the thing and like the 2x2 feels like a long gone place someone dug into to go to bed. And that was just like, I kind of got chills because that's what I do in Journey here. It's like, oh yeah, a dead player. Their kind of final, like the last time they were seen. Kind of eerie and plays into Journey a little bit because that's kind of what I do every once in a while. These are my hidey holes. There was a time where like all of the beds I did were the hidey poles, like the 3 up, 2 across. That was like the thing I did. And I did that for the longest time, actually. Until I did, I think, newfangled bed technology when I started doing hidey holes. Something like that. I don't remember exactly. It was quite some time ago. I've got like a few years of stuff to recall upon. So I'm going to be a bit murky on some of it. But I still look forward to seeing that Swiss cheese terrain just like I did on day 1. That surely has not changed. Gonna have to dig myself into a hole, a hidey hole actually. May or may not be the last hidey hole ever. No. Someone might stumble across it. No, actually, that's a part of the eeriness of beta is that no one's ever gonna see the stuff that I've seen here in this world. It's kind of a one-time thing. Although I guess you could divulge the seed and kind of travel out to various points, but I doubt anyone's really going to do that. So I think that is largely going to be true, that statement. Eerie. Cave sounds. Disc 13. Thunder. I remember being really like scared of Disc 13 when I was young. Quite like a long time ago when I first got into Minecraft. I remember being like scared of Disc 13. That was funny. Like, oh no. Play this disc and Herobrine spawns into your world kind of thing. No, not really. I don't think I ever thought that, but you know, that kind of thing though. It was the kind of stuff you believed back in the day. And speaking of like kind of spooky stories, well, not spooky stories, but kind of neat little spooky facts about Minecraft, which I do seem to love, and I've been, you know, I've been kind of going through the kick of it lately, like I said. It was the original implementation of Disk 13 that never got really added was, I think apparently C418, when making Disk 13, kind of imagined this scenario where the player would be kind of mining or caving, and Disk 13 would start playing. And the player would kind of course, you know, you'd probably be scared out of your mind. Especially in like back in those days. I'm sure not so much anymore. Well, yeah, maybe. If you just start hearing a weird musical track playing in it just out of nowhere. But apparently it was just gonna be like a jukebox that would just be playing in a nearby cave that you could get and, you know, collect the disc that way. I guess that was before the discs got implemented into the spawners and stuff. So that was pretty cool to think about. That could have been how Disc 13 was obtained in some way, some world. But of course, it got implemented into the mob spawners instead. I feel like it would have been kind of neat. Probably would have been very spooky, like given a lot of credence to a lot of Minecraft scarier tales. But for like a rather simplistic block game like Minecraft, there's actually quite a bit you can divulge. Not, you know, not an incredible lot, but there's, especially with old Minecraft, there's certainly that air about it. I'm just gonna mute my mic. I gotta blow my nose. I think my allergies are getting pretty bad. as you guys are listening to C418, I was dealing with my own thing. I blew my nose and a bunch of crap went over my second monitor. Ugh, that was gross. I had to wipe it all off. You guys probably didn't need to know that, but that was something that did happen. But I do feel better. My nose feels a bit better now, so at least that's been taken care of. Guess I'll probably wrap up my commentary pretty shortly. I'm kind of running out of steam. I think I'm starting to run out of steam. I mean, I made it pretty far today. It was kind of one of those scary stories to tell in the dark kind of like episodes where I was just talking about some spooky nostalgia stuff. That's cool. It's something I do enjoy talking about. I think it's a very, very relevant topic to beta. Not so much modern Minecraft, I'd say. I don't think there's really much spooky about modern Minecraft anymore, apart from like the warden and whatnot, but I feel like modern Minecraft is so different to that, like I said, because the hairs have been split. And there's like a way to exploit everything. Where you kind of almost, there comes a point where you almost exploit the fun out of the game. For some anyway, not for everybody. Some people actually live to exploit the game. And it's where they get their enjoyment, but I don't know. Having a quick drink because I was getting some hiccups there too. I don't know, I'm all over the place. But that's probably a good sign to wrap up the commentary. But I'll wrap it up at the end of the day. And then keep the episode going. I got plenty of time. I could definitely make it a good ways today. Well, I'm already 10,000 blocks into the episode. That's pretty good. Just gotta make it to at least 30k, and then I'll be good. I'm not gonna challenge the episode or the Kahuna Lagoon or whatever, like my longest or my craziest episode. That'll have to wait for another day when I don't have work the next day very early. But I look forward to taking on the mantle of that, kind of reclaiming it. Well, it's not like anyone else has claimed that in this world specifically. I know people have probably walked more in a Minecraft stream, but I'm just talking for my world. With respect to myself, reclaim the greatest, coolest thing of walking super far in a one episode. Maybe one day I'll actually do like a full 12 hour. Maybe I have. I think I have done a full 12 hour before, but I haven't pushed beyond that. I don't think I ever will. It might be a bit too crazy. We'll see. Maybe I just get really sick at one point and all I want to do is do Journey. I don't know. And I don't feel like bedbound or whatever. But I'm not really too worried about progress and stuff. I just like doing those long episodes because they just make me feel good. Just get me really pumped and excited about this world. Kind of what keeps me going in the Farlandiversary and stuff. I'll have to see what to watch. Maybe I'll just watch some more horror content from Minecraft. Kind of like that eerie horror and less like actual horror, because I'm not really too into Minecraft horror maps. I like kind of the more existential almost sometimes horror. I got some dirt and various things. I should probably get a boat placed. Crafted and placed. Brilliant. Maybe some arrows as well. Slowly working those arrows back up. I think I had a stack of flint actually at one point, so I've gone quite a ways. I think anyway. I don't remember how much I had at outpost, the outpost, but there we go. I'll have to place that boat. My inventory is just full of so much junk right now. I gotta purge it at some point. I gotta do spring cleaning on my inventory. It is very just all over the place. Isn't that something? Oh gosh, got it like everywhere. I'm gonna like see bits of gunk every once in a while. Ugh, that's gross. I don't know why I keep bringing it up. I just keep seeing like new bits. I had to wipe a bit more off. And it's funny that my notebook for Journey I've never stained it, and like the one time that I did stain it recently was when I was having like mac and cheese or whatever, and I like stained it with like the sauce or whatever, and it's got like this like there's just this, like splotch on like the page that I'm currently on. It was like a few weeks ago I did it, and it's just gonna be immortalized in the notebook. And I actually did flip back to some earlier pages, and the text is actually kind of starting to get worn out, so it's probably a good thing that I actually have a digitized copy of it in a spreadsheet. Because honestly, I don't know how long that's going to last me. And, you know, the notebook could eventually, well, I doubt it'll fall apart, but I've started doing the entries in pen, which does last a little longer, but when it gets wet, it bleeds. Like I have one little bit from the previous page. Oh yeah, I should probably wrap up my commentary, but I'm just gonna finish what I'm saying. I had like this one little bit on the previous page that I'm looking at, and I think it got wet at one point, and I can just see that it bled through to the other side. So yeah, with like that kind of stuff going on, it's probably a good idea to keep it digital. 'Cause even with the pen, it can still bleed and do all sorts of things. But I'm gonna wrap up my commentary and let the episode go into silence until my outro. So yeah, thank you for tuning into my commentary. Little mini outro. I usually don't do this, but no, I'll just see you at the end though. I was gonna change that hotkey there. I probably should do that right now while I think about it. I think it was X. Yeah, toggle large map. I'll just set that to N and B. So then I can do this. Wait, hang on. And no map pops up. Very cool. Okay, I'll see you at the end. Maybe I'll restart my game first, just so I don't have to have my mic on or my headset on. It seems to reset upon restarting. So I might just need to change that OBS hotkey, but oh well. The map showing up can stay for now until I get sick of it. But yeah, that's the end of the episode. Very little screenshots taken today, I realize. I don't think I took too many, like 1 or 2 really. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm keeping this 30,000 block train going, and I actually calculated the average, and I have been going 35,000 blocks per day, about on average, since I got back. So making good progress. So yeah, thank you everybody, and I'll see you in the next one. Alrighty, goodbye.